Okay, mic check, 1, 2. Soundboard. Uh-oh, that's not good. Background music's not on, soundboard's not on. Alright, let's try again. Okay, good. Background music, soundboard, it's all there. Excellent. Okay, yeah, I don't think I have anything else to do, so we're just going to sit here and wait it out. I've already gotten my drink for the day. I'm going to go ahead and get this started. I got to do some testing on Windows, too, of course. Boot up ye old Winders. Oh, booty McBoot boot. The Apple's keeping up with Microsoft and having adaptive wallpaper savers. Okay. Hold on a sec here. There we go. Okay. And then it looks like it's about time for us to get started over here. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. All right, everybody. Hello, hello, welcome back. We got a nice cold, ice cold Mountain Dew today. Coconut, pineapple, and pomegranate. It doesn't taste quite the same, though. I want something that's a little bit darker, a little richer. I'm not sure if maybe it's the pineapple throwing it off or maybe it's the coconut throwing it off, but it's not quite the right balance. I think I want maybe a little less coconut. I'm not sure. Anyway, so we can have nice things. Maybe. I've got no crystal ball, but one of the things that I'm too tired. I can't speech. I'm sorry. It's not going to work out. The speeching is not going to work out, but I'm going to try anyway. So one of the things that I've needed to do for a while that I am now doing, hold on, branch. Actually, we might need to go in somewhere else here. Hold on. I need to go into Webi next. Is that where this is? No. Alright, that's where the installers are. I'm going to do some refactoring. Oh, that WebESH is not supposed to be there. That's what I was confused about. There we go. Okay. And then this is just, what was the last message on this? I don't know if I'm going to be able to talk much today. I'm kind of tired. So I apologize on that in advance. Move Webi file to own directory. Okay. My brain. It's brokenated. I can code, I just can't talk. Anyway. Yeah, for a while I've been wanting to move the Webi. So I've had Webi embedded in another script. So the script, when the script runs, then Webi downloads and installs and it's been a problem when I go to edit this thing, and it's an embedded script inside of a string, it doesn't have the right syntax highlighting, a lot of other stuff is just kind of off. So I've been wanting to pull it out into its own, and now I'm finally doing that so that I don't have the problems I've been having. Also, I think I'm going to make the script more verbose, but easier to read. So I'll give you a flavor of this real quick. And I'm also renaming the scripts. There's a bunch of stuff that I'm doing here. Okay. We're gonna put we're gonna put some random in here. I'm also gonna put Webi version and Webi hash in here. And then the version should be something like 1.2.1, and then the hash is going to be whatever we determine that the hash is for the Webi file. So shawsum webi.sh. And then we could probably just take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The first 7 characters is good enough for our purposes. So I will need to do something to regenerate this regularly. I'm actually thinking about having, I want to do more static generation. I want to reduce magic as much as I can. Shell scripts are difficult to understand, and that's just the way that it is. So yeah, I'm gonna do the best that I can. To make this very easy to read. So I think this machine type section is actually going to come out of here because I don't think we need it. I've been trying to decide, the complexity has to live somewhere, right? So the eternal battle is where to put the complexity. Not you can't eliminate it, you can just move it around. And so with the shell script stuff, shell scripts, generally people aren't very familiar with them, and it can look like a lot of magic. And so I want it to look as simple as possible. And so, I want it to feel safe. That somebody can look at here and they can read this single line and say, oh, here's an example of what that might look like. Oh, okay, here's an example of what that might look like. Okay, here's an example of what that might look like. This is too long. We need to somehow shorten this. I need to find a better way to do colored words. And it seems like it should be simpler, but the fact of the matter is it can't be, because there's so many things that happen. I mean, you know, you want to do something as simple as download a file. Well, you need to know whether or not the shell is interactive. You want to, test for the interactivity of the shell. There's how you test to see if the shell's interactive. You want to run a download. You have to figure out, okay, are we doing this with wget? Are we doing it with a curl? Or do we need to print an error? And so on. You got to download the partial file. You got to move it over. You got to check to see if the file's already downloaded. Just a lot of stuff. Nice to be back. I'm the guy, Taryn, from the Discord. Baron Tate Taryn. Got it. Well, feel free to hammer with questions. I'm not firing on all cylinders today. I am a little bit... I didn't sleep enough last night. So I'm on the struggle bus. But anyway, yeah, I'm doing my best to make it so that somebody can look through and understand individually what these functions do, and to keep it as simple as we can. What I was thinking for a moment that I'm already going back on is that I would do some of the machine type detection in here, and I am not going to do that. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to do blah.txt. I'm just going to throw this in here. Let's do machine type detection.sh. That's what I'm going to call that for now. We'll bring that back, but I'm going to move it out of here. So we do need to detect the HTTP client. We do need to create a temporary directory. Let's see. We do need to figure out what the install URL is going to be. Okay. Yeah, come back. Feel free to come back when I'm firing on all cylinders. All right, have a good one. Adios. Okay, so I'm going to go with, I don't remember what this was. Format detection.sh. I might create a pattern of saying detections. Oh, you know what? This really doesn't know what it is. Download to path. I'm doing Vim style variables since I don't know of any other conventions for shell scripts, but I think it's really important that the variables have names that are easy to distinguish, because many times you name a variable similar to what looks like it could be a function name or it could be a system variable. So I think it's important to distinguish those. All right, so we got downloaded path, we got make temp directory. I think that in this case, yeah, we should do temp directory. Okay, so get installer URL is not something that we need to worry about here. So this is actually just going to be, I'm going to copy this out as well. So we're just going to copy things out. And then this is going to be Webi host / and then we need a way to get the assets. So I need to go back in the README. I always forget this. Actually, I put it in Webi info now. Webi info Webi, for example. And eventually, I kind of want to get rid of this as such, so we'll see. Let's see, we can get assets out of here. So in theory, not releases. Releases is the URL. Webi. Oh, whoops, we need to do next. And I don't know if that'll exist there either. Yeah, I haven't actually pushed this up yet. So that's okay. But yes, it works. Nice. Pew. Neato. Okay, so let's go back. That is what it needs to be. So it'll be /packages /Webi Webi sh. That's what it's gonna be there. So let's go ahead and do this. And this is what it's going to look like once we're ready to test it. Okay, so that's going to be our Webi file URL. And then Webi temp path is what I'm going to call this one. And then we'll go ahead and we will do the download. And actually this part here, oh, the reason that I'm not going to put any user strings in the functions themselves. And the reason for that is that way I'm going to figure out what the convention will be, but I think anything that's marked with FN underscore will only echo as a return. So in shell, an echo is reserved for the return. That's how you return, is you echo. Okay. And then we need to run this, but with, and then we also have Webi package. And I need to figure out, because we need to have that with the @ sign as well. Webi tag. Webi package @ Webi tag. It could be the whole thing. We'll see. And then, whoops. Then we need to find out what the path ought to be. So if test -r.local bin Webi, then well, I guess we need to detect whether or not we need to download. So get Webi hash, maybe? I don't know what's going on outside. Y'all hear those trains? Okay, so SHA-SUM. That doesn't look right. Oh. Right. So file path. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we probably don't need to be that. We'll do that right now. Okay, so somewhere in here, I need to basically check whether or not we're going to, let's see here, if test -r .local bin Webi, then echo. So the first thing we need to do here is actually echo bootstrapping Webi. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 found, and then we'll give this the location, what it found. Okay, so we found Webi. Then what we need to decide is how do we decide if we want to update it? Let's see, b checksum equals empty. Checksum is equal to fn checksum. And we'll give it the path. And then we'll say if test the checksum is, let's see, I think we just do not equal to Webi hash. Okay. Let's do this. Updating. And then hold on. Then we're going to put all that download stuff in there. Okay, so maybe we'll do this. Yeah, I was up too late looking on the working on the libc detection. That, of course, I mean, I don't know how, as a developer, I don't know how I can ever say, oh, that should be a simple change. I don't know how I've not learned over the years. Like, oh, okay, all I got to do with this one is going to be the same one that I did with the OS detection. I just need to put a little asterisk in there, and yeah, if it matches the asterisk, then it'll work with anything, and if it has to match the specific operating system, then we'll get that, and it'll be that simple. It'll just be it'll be a 4-line change. 15 files later. Yeah, that was interesting, because it seemed like, okay, not a big deal, but there was a lot of little details to that. Yeah. Okay. So right now we're not going to use the temp path at all. What I'd like to do in the future, somebody had once talked about, oh, it'd be nice if you could choose which directory all this installs to. I think that there's a possibility to do that. And what we would do is we'd download to a temp directory, and then if there was an environment variable set, so basically you could do export Webi home equals. But the problem with that is it would potentially make the script much more complicated. Well, maybe not, because it'd just be like this. Webi home instead of home. It'd be Webi home. But yeah, so Webi home would be home. Or maybe Webi home would be home.local. Maybe this would be Webi home. I'm not exactly sure how we'd do it. So we could do export Webi home equals. Let's just toy around with it real quick. Let's see what this looks like. So something like this. And let's not call that Webi temp. Let's call it Webi bin, Webi script. And then I need to figure out what Webi PKG really was. So I'm renaming things. Okay, there was PKG and then PKG name. And I'm pretty sure PKG is the whole bit. Let me see if I can find where that actually comes from. I think it's going to be in here. Webi releases. Yeah, alright, that's what it is. So I don't have to do that bit. I'd kind of like to rename that maybe to build rather than PKG. But yeah, so we're going to have PKG host random version, and right now I don't think we actually use the Webi random. And the reason for the random is I don't think there's a better, simpler way to just get a couple of bytes. Let me see. XXD dash L, you know, there's a lot of system stuff that you have to be aware of in order to four bytes. I mean, I guess this works. For getting random. But are we guaranteed to always have urandom? Do we have urandom on FreeBSD and, you know, those? Dev urandom FreeBSD. I want it to be okay, we probably could. So it sounds like that should be portable. But we've all heard that before. Oh, it's portable. Just don't worry about it. It's portable. All right, and I think we do want the libc detection up there. All right, hold on, and I'll get to the comment in just a second. Okay, B rand. There we go. Okay, I looked over the commits briefly and started laughing because I remembered you saying it would be a quick fix. Yeah, unrelated. I don't know if I'll ever grasp Windows permissions and how they expect you to use them. Yeah, that's I think that it's supposed to be through Active Directory. I don't think that you are supposed to use them. I think that Windows permissions are exclusively for Active Directory and they're not for mere mortals. Oh, it actually is telling me the right thing. Okay, there we go. All right, so this is now the Bootstrap script then. We might take some more things out. Okay. But trying to set up a reasonable personal machine, non-admin doesn't work. Admin doesn't feel right. It's gross. It's Windows. It doesn't mean what you think it means. Okay, we're gonna get the detect libc back. Okay, so let's say we put this libc detection back in. And so let's say we show... I think the help should be a lot simpler. Okay. So let's... Okay. Okay. I think I'm just going to use all printf here to keep it simpler, to not have to worry about the indentation, just have everything aligned. And we could have like something like this. Oh, but this is a tough one, because we don't want Echo to interpret anything. Interesting. I have to think about this for a second. All right, %s $1. So this is a little bit, I'm not sure how that would go then. Maybe we do it like this instead. Hold on. What if we do like this? We use Echo. So this is not necessarily the way that I prefer to do it, but I think this might be right. Strong. B for text. I think this might be a good approach. I kind of want to print every character of Webi in a slightly different style. Okay, I want to get rid of useless echoes here. SC 2005. I want to disable it for the whole function. Okay, good. Have a problem, experience a bug. Let us know. We got the love in it. Yeah, so I'm going to switch everything over to Echo. That way it all lines up properly. Well, I like this. All right, and then we should get on with bootstrapping Webi. And then OS. Let's see. And then I should probably put curl or I think this one's actually green. I think the yellow one is going to be $33. I have to check and see what it actually is. Okay, 32, 33, we can get rid of that. Star on GitHub. Yeah, that one's yellow. 36. I don't remember what 36 was. We'll just call it T36 for now. Love it. Start it. Oh wait, I think this is like bold or something. Whatever, we'll figure that all out later. All right, let me check comments again. Not watching, just listening. But before you said you were going to switch everything over to printf. Well, I was going to switch everything over to printf, but then I realized that instead of having all the printfs, because then all of the escape characters are in line, I decided instead to move the printfs into functions named after the escape sequence, and then I can do the echo. And this is not my normal style of code. So generally this is actually, yeah, this is different because I'm doing something interesting and new here, but I am doing inline commands, which I don't ever do. But in this case, it's not that I'm trying to do a command so much as that I have to use a command to do colors in a sensible way. So I will always assign, I will never do inline commands anywhere, not in JavaScript, not in Bash, whatever. I will always assign the value to something and then use it so that it keeps it clean. But in this particular case, I'm breaking that rule because this is very, very well scoped. All right, so I shouldn't be doing the copy editing here. That'll just suck up time. Bootstrapping Webi. Okay, so I think this is going to be a significant line increase, but hopefully also a readability increase. Oh, and then another thing we ought to put here is HTTP client. We could put, let's see. And this should be either... You can think of any other way to do this that's simpler, let me know. I think there might be. Okay, that changed nothing. Let me think about this. We set it up with something. So we add that to it. Yeah, I think that's it, unfortunately. Okay, so we got bootstrapping Webi. Okay. So we get rid of the MK Tempe thing. OS, CPU, libc. Okay, thanks for testing that. I will take a look at that shortly. Oh. Okay, did we did the Webi home thing? So the one thing that I don't like about the home variable in general is that you have to deal with something that I was going to say just then. I don't even remember anymore. Oh, you have to deal with spaces, whereas with the tilde you don't. So you have to put the quotes around the home variable, but you don't if you use the tilde. Okay. Yeah, see, it looks so much more complicated once we start making Webi home variable. Very icky. I'll just leave that alone for now. Okay, what else could we get rid of here? How do we keep it readable? Okay, so let's take a look here. Green, yellow. I think this is a... So this is bold. This is magenta. See if I can... Let's see if I can decode these colors here. Alright, we had an issue about colors. And then I pasted a color table or linked it in the issue. Where was the PR for this? There we go. Okay, escape sequences. Reset. So bold, dim, italics, under. All right, I'm gonna. Okay, dim is 2. Bold. Underline is 4. Blinking and strike through. Okay. Magenta is 35. Green is 32. T error is 31. All right, and then cyan. Okay, I'm also going to break a rule here. I'm going to inline a function. Okay, so I'm going to say welcome to Webi. Which the weak link will be dim. So link is dim 36. All right. Here we go. Okay, that makes sense, actually. The way that's set up is correct. Whoa, said Polly, what's up? Raid! Woo! I don't know why my raid mabob doesn't work, but it doesn't work. The Seds. Wow, who are the Seds? So, I will show you what I'm working on here in just a second. I'm right in the middle of your slaves. Oh, gosh. Whew. Tough luck, huh? Paid slavery? That's great. Well, that harkens to, oh gosh, what was it? Uncle, something, somebody's plantation. There's some political commentary, a 15-minute video, like the Jones Plantation. Jones Plantation. There we go. That's what it is. Oh, unpaid testers for my crazy dev ideas. Okay, cool. Well, welcome. I am working on webinstall.dev, which is basically how to install your web dev tools without sudo, without worry about whether or not it's going to work, meaning it's going to work, without a package manager, without changing file system permissions, and that's quick and easy to remember. So there's a bunch of stuff on here, and I'll go ahead and give you the link. And what I'm doing is I'm changing. Boop. So there's Webi. I'm changing the script. So over the years, it's gotten more complex, and I want to, there's kind of like a minimum amount of complexity that you can't get away from, right? And I'm just trying to figure out what is a good way to restructure the complexity so that it feels nicer. And what I'm working on right now is the bootstrap script. So when you do curl, and next is the dev site that I'm working off of. I have a couple of dev sites, but so normally it would be okay, let's do it the normal way. So https webi.sh node pipe sh, right? And then it says, you know, thanks for using Webi, blah blah blah. It's already installed. So let's nix node. We're gonna get rid of node real quick. Okay, so now we're going to install Webi, and then boom, node is installed. And it would normally also print out, when it's the first time, it'd also print out, okay, source this. So it'd say copy and paste this, because you can't, for security reasons, something that runs in the shell cannot update the shell's environment variables. So a child cannot set a parent's environment variables. So you have to either close and open your terminal or source this, and it puts things in your path. It does all the path management for you. Okay, so we print this nice message out, and where this comes from. So let's go here, Webi sh node. So it's only going to stay here for a second, and it's going to redirect. But I can get to that. How do I? Can I stop the browser from redirecting it? Anyway, let's see if I can stop the browser from redirecting it. What happened to the old, this thing? Anyway, you can kind of see what it is there for a second before it redirects to, well, I know how to get it to not redirect. Duh. We just do curl webi.sh node. Okay, so there we go. So it's got this little bit of HTML embedded in there so that it does the redirect and it's, you know, shows you where the cheat sheet's at. And this has just become more and more complex looking over time as it's grown. And I don't want it to look or feel complex. And so I'm trying to figure out how to reorganize the complexity so that it looks and feels safe. And yeah, that's what I'm doing. I just want to organize it better, make sure it has some comments, make sure that things are simpler to read, you know, so I'm pulling out all of the coloring into functions so that when you look at it, you can read what the text is without getting too distracted and stuff like that. So, and there's a bunch of stuff that I'm moving out. So there's some things that over the years I've realized, first of all, every system has tar. So we don't actually have to test whether or not tar is installed. If tar is not installed, you've got bigger problems. You're in oh gosh, what's it called? What's the bear Docker called? When it's there's nothing in the container except for your Go binary. Scratch. Like if you don't have tar, you're in Docker Scratch, and at that point you should have already, you know, done your build system or whatever. And so so there's some things that I was detecting for Windows has tar. So every system will have tar GZ. Every system. Tar GZ is a given. You can count on it. It's going to be there. Also, I totally forgot about, I thought we were having a podcast today. I spaced out on it. Oops. Oh. Well, I should check and see what that, hold on. Let me check and see what this was. Or is. Oh, it looks like there's our, okay, good. All right. Okay, oops. Yeah, so I'm one of the panelists on JavaScript Jabber, and it started 15 minutes ago. I should have had my alarm set. But there's other panelists on today, so it's fine. I'm just a terrible person. Hold on. Okay. Anyway, back to that. This thing. Now I totally spaced out because I saw the time and I wasn't paying attention to the time because I just focused on this problem. But anyway, so we need to do some detections. We don't need to do other detections. Tar GZ is available even on Windows. Tar XZ is always available on Mac. Usually, almost always available on Linux. In very rare circumstances is it not available. Again, you know, minimal container. But even a minimal container is going to have tar GZ. And then, you know, other stuff like that. So anyway, whether you have curl or wget, that's one that's kind of, you know, it could be up in the air. So I'm just trying to 1, 2, 3, 4, just put this with a couple of examples in each of the functions. So when somebody looks at this, they don't have to be scared. Okay, and I'll go check comments here in just a second. Sorry, that's fine. Anyway. Oh, that would be helpful for me to eventually be able to make sense of this. I have little experience with bash scripts. The idea is promising. So, I mean, this has been running for years. It's not just promising. Like, we've got a little popularity. But the refactoring, yes, the refactoring is, the stuff works, right? It's just that over the years it's grown. So it's grown to a level where, you know, just add a little thing here, add a little thing there. And then when you look at it, it's like, whoa, what is this doing? There's too many things going on. There's too many edge cases. There's too many conditions. And anyway, so the refactor effort is purely for documentation and simplicity. It's not to add new features. It's not to complete something that's incomplete. It's just so that when somebody wants to audit this and they want to know, I'm just going to put doc here. Or they want to learn, like, you know, if you want to learn how to do POSIX shell scripting, this is not Bash, by the way, this is POSIX shell. I mean, Bash will run POSIX shell. POSIX shell is kind of the standard base that everything is implemented on, but this is it's a internationally defined standard for shells called POSIX. So POSIX shell. If you look up POSIX shell, then you get to the open group, and it's called Shell Command Language is the technical name for it. Where would I recommend you start learning it? The way that you start learning POSIX shell is not by reading the IEEE 1003.1-2017. This is not how you learn it. The way you learn it is, unfortunately, let's see if I've got something up on Creeds of Craftsmanship real quick. So, POSIX, do I have POSIX? I need to get this up here. So I'm going to give you this link. I will bring this back later. I think I can just do like that. There you go. Software engineering, creedsofcraftsmanship.com. Lots of good resources there. The way that you learn it is to unlearn Bash. So, avoiding Bashisms and shell scripts. That is how you learn POSIX shell, because there are 0 resources on learning the POSIX shell. 0. You will not find a resource on learning the POSIX shell. What you'll find instead are resources on why doesn't this work in Docker? Why doesn't this work on Alpine? Why doesn't this work in a container? Why doesn't this work on BusyBox? And from that, you learn what is not POSIX shell. All the things that don't work in all those environments. If it doesn't work perfectly on Mac, if it doesn't work perfectly in Docker, if it doesn't work perfectly on Alpine and BusyBox, and, you know, then it's not POSIX, because the POSIX shell works everywhere. There's even some, it doesn't work on Windows. Well, unless you have WSL installed, you know, whatever. In the old days, they had Windows subsystem for Linux that I believe did include a POSIX shell. I'm not sure. But there was there's check Bashisms. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Let me tell you how I learned. So there's 2 ways that I learned the POSIX shell. Shell check and schfumped. That's how I learned the POSIX shell. So if you want to get those installed, and if you're using Vim, then merely installing these with having ale installed is going to work. So I also have, I'm going to link you to this as well. So Vim Essentials. Vim Essentials is pretty bare bones, not much to fight over. It's got very lightweight setup for Vim. And it includes Vimale. The only thing that's not lightweight about it is Prettier, Vim Prettier, because Vim Prettier you need Prettier for, which means you need Node. And I've thought about maybe removing that because it's kind of annoying to have Node installed if you're just going to be editing shell files. But Prettier is kind of a thing that if you're going to be editing, you know, you're going to edit documentation, you're going to need Prettier. And then there's a couple of extra ones. Basically, all of these work without you having to know about them. They just do the right thing for you. So I would love help in getting all of this set up with NVim. I think the one that doesn't work in NVim is I think these two are the ones that don't work in NVim. So I need an NVim essentials, and I think I'd start by just cutting out these two. And the other ones I think should work in I think I'd cut out Vim Ale as well, because I think that NVim includes the equivalent of that. I'm not sure. I would love somebody who is an NVim nerd to help me make the changes necessary here to do an NVim essentials that functions the same way. NVim is very flashy. I don't know why it's useful. So I'm not into things that are cool. I'm into things that are useful. And like, I've seen the coolness of NVim, but I haven't seen the utility in it. Having 3D rendered, cell shaded, that's not cell shaded, but like shaded moving graphics in my terminal while I'm working on code and like pop-up windows and, glowing fonts. It's cool. It's like what you'd see in a movie, but it's not, it doesn't help me be productive. So I haven't gotten on the NVim bus for that reason. The only reason that I really want to get on the NVim bus is so that when I'm on Windows, I've got NVim there. So that's, yeah. But yeah, if you want to get started on with shell development, and then once you have Webi installed, you can just do like this to update or switch versions. So for example, if I want to go to node 18, I can switch to 18. I can go back to 20. And this is better than other solutions like NVM, because this is conflict free. So now some people like the way that NVim works because it is an intentional choice, but the issue that I have is that you can get conflicts between versions, because if you install something in version 18, that same thing is installed in version 20. With Webi, it's a separate directory. It doesn't do shell magic to, like when you change directories to read a config file and then switch things. And it works for, it'll work for Python 2. So, you get Python or Python 2 or Python 3. Python is Python 3, that'll get you all set up there. We're actually going to say no because we've already got it installed. So you don't need to worry about that. And what else? Anyway, so those are some key things about that. But yeah, so what I have is I'll show you my Vim config here for shell check. I guess shell check is already set, or do I have that directly in my vimrc? Oh, I guess I don't have to do anything for it. It's just automatic. I'm pretty sure. So if you start a file with hashbang bin sh, then it will enforce the shell rules, the POSIX shell rules. And that's how I learned it, mostly, is just by having the linter correct me. If you do bash, then it will check by bash rules, and then it will actually do some kind of contradictory thing. So I just switched it to bash. Now it's saying that there's warnings. Well, the warning is going to be, hey, you're using sed, but you could just use bash directly. Well, but that makes it less portable and less compatible, and then you don't know how it's going to work on Mac versus Linux sometimes, because they have different versions of bash. Depending on the year, Ubuntu might be a year ahead of Mac, or Mac might be a year ahead of Ubuntu, but they're often, the difference of major versions is, and now Mac is primarily ZSH, which operates a little bit differently still. So anyway, I only script in Bash, and I use fish as my shell. So when you see I've got that autocomplete working that's in line and it's better than ZSH, that's because it's fish. But I don't script in fish. I wouldn't recommend anybody script in fish. I just use it as my interactive shell. So with Vim, this is one of those things where, and I actually did a video about this. So this was one of my better videos. Vim 8 plugins. Okay, so somebody else also looks like they created a similar video around the same time, actually. Oh, you don't need a Vim plugin manager for NVim is what they're saying. And you don't need a plugin manager for Vim. So all you do is just git clone. But a lot of people don't know that. And if you want to switch to fish right now, all you need to do is curl Webi fish sh, and you will get fish. So here's fish for you. Here's the cheat sheet. This is how to set it up. I also have in here some of the themes I use. I am very, very, very light on my setup. So this is mostly things that you need to be aware of. So for example, if you're going to use fish as your shell, you need to make sure that you have your shell set to bash in your vimrc. How to change the colors. There's really no configuration for it. I mean, there is configuration for it, but there's no configuration that you actually need to use it. The one thing you do need to be aware of, though, is that you can't just copy and paste anything you find on Stack Overflow into your fish shell. So if I need to copy and paste something from Stack Overflow, then I'll just drop down into bash like that. You know, if there's something that I need to do with FFmpeg or with whatever, because fish is not with bash, bash is POSIX compliant. If you copy and paste a POSIX shell into bash or POSIX commands into bash, it'll run. Fish is not POSIX compliant. And I think that that's unfortunate because I don't think that the core value of fish is in the scripting language. Now, some people like scripting in fish, but why? It doesn't run anywhere. You know, every single system has a POSIX shell. But because of it's completely redesigned from scratch and doesn't rely on any of the old cruft, there are some things that it does better in terms of the scripting language has fewer inconsistencies, or at least there are some inconsistencies that have been fleshed out that are left in POSIX because they have to be left in for backwards compatibility for time and all eternity. But where I get the value out of fish is that it's no configuration. I prefer things that are very no to slim configuration. So that's what I go for. Yeah. So there are some things where, if you're on Linux, then you want to install it from your package manager. The version that you get should be good enough. And then I think in that document, let me see if we go back here real quick. I think it tells you, depending on what I don't recommend necessarily changing the default shell. You're probably fine to do it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it per se. But I prefer to have my default shell be bash or whatever the default shell is. I don't like to mess with the default shell. Where I change it is in the terminal. So in the terminal settings, so here's iTerm, for example. We bring up the preferences under profiles and under terminal. Is it terminal? Or is it under general? It's under general. So I select, okay, this is the custom shell that I want to start when I start the terminal. And so I don't actually change it at the system level. I change it at the user level instead. And another thing that I do on systems that I log into, which I'll show you this here. I didn't actually have that one set up. I'll do this one because this one is set up. So let's go to Webi beta. So what I do is I put in my .profile. We're going to open it anyway. I put this in my profile. So when I get into the system, it just opens it up in Fish. Now there is one issue with this, in that some scripts will detect that you are in whatever your parent shell is, because that is the parent shell. I don't really run into that problem. I can't remember the last time that I did, but I know that I have in the past. So if I were to echo, I think it's if I echo shell. No, it does say Fish. So I don't know. I don't remember why I had that problem. But I think that, let's see, what happens if I echo shell now? Still say, okay, that's what it is. That's what it is. So Screen basically creates it as a login shell. If you change shells while you're logged in and you echo the shell variable will reflect the shell that you logged in as, not the shell that you're currently in. So that's where that could be a problem. But when done this way, it actually works just fine. So anyway, and then I'm always connected, or like whenever I log back into the system, then I just get reconnected. So boom. Yeah, and I don't do the themes in Fish itself. I have just when there's a conflict between the color scheme between the two. I just do the themes, color themes in iTerm. And if you want a list of color themes, and you can get these for other terminals as well. iTerm 2 color schemes. Oops. So these, oops. It's this one. Sorry, iTerm 2 themes. So I'll give you this. These are the colors that I like. So there's a whole list of something like 216 color schemes for iTerm 2. And most of these are adaptable to others. So if you're using GNOME Terminal or Kitty or Alacrity or whatever, you can go pull them out of there as well. But this is what they look like. And these are the ones that I've gone over all 216. And these are the ones that I feel like are the best ones. I mean, I haven't tried in every single, like, it's different when you're actually using it, because you figure out which of the colors, work well or don't work well. And I don't have automatic profile switching turned on right now, but typically I do have automatic profile switching, or maybe I do have it turned on. Let me check real quick. So if I go in there, okay, no, that one does not have it, at least. But when I log into some systems, my colors actually change just by virtue of logging in. So, bramp, bramp, bramp. Oh, wait, I lied. There is an introduction to the POSIX shell. That doesn't look like a very great one. Okay. So I'm going to go back a little bit here. Okay, this one's fixed. Okay, so let me check comments again, then I'm going to get back to... Yeah, so, okay, if you want to use nerd font, again, you can do Webi nerd font. And that'll work on Windows, Mac, and Linux, and it will install it into the correct location. So I use... This only installs the Droid Sans Mono. Now the repository has been updated to where... Because before there wasn't a consistent naming convention with the files, and so there wasn't a way to programmatically fetch them and put them in the right place. Now it's been updated where I could go back and update this and allow lots of different of the fonts, because now they are consistent. Now it is automatable. But the Droid Sans Mono works great for me. The kind of the de facto one. So I haven't gone back to update it. Although I've had one person, being the person who started Webi with me, requested that because he likes one of the other ones. All right. Well, I'm glad that I sold you. Remember, it's half price on Tuesdays, and your experience will be absolutely perfect or your money back. So have a good one, Said. Sorry, I didn't ask you any questions or, what do you do? But all right, have a good one. If you want to tell me a little bit about yourself before you go, feel free to do so. I started preaching, got to help people get saved. Oh, cool. Awesome. Yeah, like, sub, follow if you want to. Let the one who guide you. Boom. I don't even know why I pointed right there because, you're on YouTube, or no, you're on Twitch, so you actually just get the chat the normal way. You have your viewers test your crazy ideas on stream. Interesting. All right, well, I will check you out. I'll give you a follow and check you out later. I mean, so I'm normally not on Twitch. I'm a write only type of person. But occasionally I'll watch a short stream or something. Or I'll watch a few minutes while I when I'm getting off, if I have actually had people watching, because a lot of the time, nobody's watching. I just do it for me. I do it because it helps me to focus. Or, to not focus, because then people come in and we get in conversation. But then it's fun, and, that's enjoyable too. Replaces the water cooler talk. All right, have a good one. Okay. Let's see if this actually works. I should get one of those, ASCII art mabobs. Cool. It's got italics. The terminal has italics. I don't think I've ever used that. Okay, we got a couple of ideas here. All right, where's my detection script? Machine type detection. Okay. Okay, so one thing that I was mentioned earlier is I have I'm using Vim style variable names. So A for argument, B for local, and I guess I would use. You don't really do G for global because you just do all caps for global. But anyway, let's take a look at this now. We have a not found here. Okay, fail with body. All right, what was green? Green was 32. All right, T strong. Okay. I wonder, instead of green, we did blue there. Uh-oh. Oh, and then there's that 2. Alright. Show path. Probably should be display path, but we'll go with it for now. Okay. See what I'm going to do here. Hey, everybody, how's it going? All right. Echo. Should probably just call that path rather than file, but whatever, we'll get there. Ooh, the file could do the substitution. And then this would be a little bit easier to read. Okay, and then we also need a T command. Let's try that. So URL and file should be slightly different. Hey, what do y'all think about that? I think I'm hesitant to do this, but I kind of want to put a half-second sleep after the welcome message. And then a half-second sleep after the... So when we show the welcome... And then the first thing that we show here and then again. So that we make this much slower, but it gives your brain a little more time to register that something's going on. Maybe just bump it to a whole second. Cut that out. Yeah, I don't like the idea of having the sleeps in there. Maybe like a 0.1 sleep, especially when you think about CI processes. You know, the time really adds up fast. But just gives you enough to kind of feel like, okay, something happened. But I don't think I got, you know, all this stuff right. But yeah, that seems like an alright idea. Just to have, and I can always remove the sleep if it's a real problem. But it kind of gives you a, okay, something's happening, something's happening, something's happening. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add this here. And then we're going to go back over to next. All right. Okay, so now if we do this one. Okay, good. Oh, interesting. How could that be? No such. Oh, right, because we're not going to run it directly. Do we? That's weird. Didn't we just find that that was the case? Okay, so did it or did it not update packages Webi sh not found? Okay. How is that? Ah, interesting. This makes sense because this is coming from, this is not, well, maybe it makes sense. I don't know if it makes sense. So the Webi host should be getting replaced. But I think I see why it's not. And that is because it's got this export in front of it. So I need to update that on the script side. What's up, Mitesh? How you doing? Okay, so to update that on the Webi side, so I'm clarifying what these templates are, because calling it template turns out to not be very helpful. Because we need to know which template. Guarav! What's going on? Well, I am working on just a change to how Webi works. That's what I'm doing. So I'm working on webinstall.dev. I'm on next, but it's webinstall.dev if you want to check it out. It's how developers install their tools quickly and safely and perfectly. Most important, perfectly. And I am working on changing. There's It's a 3-step process, and I want to condense it down into... Well, I'm reorganizing some complexity is all I'm doing. I'm just switching it around a little bit so that I feel better about how it's done. Okay, so if I do a string, so let me see here. So we have, let's say, export Webi host equals, and I want to do a replace on that where I want to have a capture group around export, which might possibly be there. I want to have a capture, well, we want to see that this is up against this. There might be any amount of space. Okay, so that worked. And then what is it? If I want to get it back, I put it back there that way. Okay, great. And then we're going to have a Webi host equals dot star, and then I want to capture that. So then it should be so if I said blah, and if I put this in front of it, okay. And if I put some space, and I could put some space here as well. And if I do this, then it won't match. Oh, interesting. Why did that match? Oh, it didn't change it. Duh. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so this is the regex that I want. This is the regex you are looking for. Preserves current behavior, enables new behavior. Yep, that's the regex I'm looking for. Okay, and then... boop. Oh, and there is another little bitty in here then. So it can start with any amount of space and a comment. The comment may or may not be there. And then there may be any amount of space, and there may be an export space with any amount of space. Oh, whoops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted some space. And then there can be any amount of space, including none. But there has to be at least one space and any amount of space. And then all of that is optional. That's optional. And then I'm going to delete anything after it. And I'm going to replace it with this equals. And then we're going to do... I'll get back to the comments in a second here. We're going to do this. Except we're going to do it like this. And we're going to do Webi PKG. Now, one thing... No, we're going to do Webi base URL. No, we're just going to base URL. All right, and that one's completely defined by us. So I don't have to worry about it. All right, now let's take a look at this again. And we should see up at the top here. I was expecting that to have changed. Okay. Did this restart? Should have. Restarting due to changes, yes. All right, so let's check this out again. Oh, and I need to add the M at the end. All right, so let's define base URL here. Where's I at with my little node mabob? Okay, so var base URL equals https example.com, and then I need to do this one. That looks like that works. So okay, so Webi, yeah, Webi is installing developer tools. So if you want to have Node, if you want to have DuckDNS, if you want to have you can install Brew with it, and it will install Brew the correct way, not the legacy way. So the way that Brew installs, if you were to install Brew, is for legacy reasons, for compatibility reasons. It installs it in a system path, which, as if you have any experience with that, you know that that can wreak havoc. This will install it in a user path instead. But it follows the official Brew instructions. Basically, it grabs the stuff from the official author. So all of the things that are installed, most of them are installed off of GitHub. A few of them are installed off from somewhere else, some other package registry. But most of the package registries are GitHub. Okay, so I'm a little confused as to why this is not shaping up the way that I expected. Webi host. Okay, let me take something more directly. Let me try something else out here. Let me go back to... What's the actual file that we're using? Okay, let me try this. Replace the thing, the replacement. Oh, interesting. That added a new line. Oh no, the new line was already there. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, okay, so it seems to work there. So I must maybe it didn't restart like I thought it did. Maybe I was doing something other than what I thought I was doing. Let's get rid of these extra terminals that are just hanging out that aren't doing anything useful right now. All right, Code Llama. Back over here you go. Okay. Okay. All right, on this one. Okay, so, and then I had this one here. I know for certain that this did not change it. What is going on? What am I missing? Let me add a little debug thing in here. Okay, so that says the web server started. So we might have a sanity fail. Okay, that should not be possible, right? So it is not at all running the template function. Oh, I know why it's... Do I know why it's not running the template function? No, I don't. Okay, but we can tell it's not running the template function, and the way that we can tell that is that the process didn't crash. Okay, so something else is going on. What am I doing wrong this time? What would cause that to skip being run? I know why, because we're not running that. Okay, that makes sense now. Okay, so the bootstrap script is not being templated at all. And I want to change that. Oh, it is? Okay, it is being templated, and it's right here. Okay, so same thing then. Oh, wait. Where am I making the changes? Hmm. I think I already have a naughty check up here. Yeah. There it is. Okay, so there we go. I expanded the naughty list. There's a couple of things like that I need to be wary of. Wait, how are these any different? There's like one character more? Cersei? Fine. Okay, now let's try it. Hey, that looks right. Okay, Webi version. We can probably just take that out for the time being. And then the checksum is another one that we will want to make note of. So, oops. Okay, so promises, read file, let Webi path equals, it's going to look like this. That's the boot path. The Webi path is going to be webi.sh. I need to hash this thing. Wait is only allowed with an async function. Who's your async function now? Okay. This is going to be a small file. We'll do this in memory. It's not a big deal, except it'll be a big deal eventually. What we want to do, so to do stat and only checksum on change. So create hash. I don't remember how the algorithm goes exactly, but I think it's something like that. SHA-1, update, digest. There we go. And I believe that we can just digest straight to X if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So SHA-1. Whoops. Update. Okay, when we did cut 1 to 8, 1 is the first index. 8, okay, so I have to double check on what this looks like. Okay, checksum. Okay, if we do cut 1 to 8, what does that mean? Echo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's not what I meant to do there, but okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we actually do get all 8. Right? That's what that was? 1. Starts with 1. 4 and 4. That's 8. Okay. If we slice it, eight is the length. Oh, whoops. Right? No, 8 is the substring. Okay. You don't ever have to do that one. All right, it's stale after, let's say, 30 seconds. 15 seconds. And then we could do to-do stat. That's a constant, which would be good to keep in a particular place. Okay, so we're going to do this. All right, so here we go. We've got the now time. We're going to take the now time minus the last checksum time, which is starting at 0. And we're going to say if the now time is less than checksum stale, so if it's less than 10 seconds, then we can return the checksum. Otherwise, we're going to run the stat. And then so we have access time, we have modified time, and we've got birth time. So I think... Wait, is one of these actually... Ah! Not what I wanted to do. Okay, so mtime ms is probably good enough. So we'll take the stat time, we'll move it over. And then, okay, so we'll read in the file. We'll create the hash. We'll return the checksum. Okay, let's see if this actually works. Oh, I probably have to implement the function in the place where I was going to call it. That'd be a good idea. Okay, so now let's see how this shakes out. We should see we get the same thing every time. Oh, that did not work out. Not one bit. Okay, let's see what's going on. Oh, wait is only allowed within async functions. Oh, my silly days. So we'll do E and V replacements here. Because they're all going to follow the same format. Actually, I probably should have done this up higher. Okay, name, value, name. There we go. That's how I will want to do this in the future, so that we minimize risk. So this is going to be, there's quotes in it. Backtick, $, backslash. All right, now let's try this again. Something terrible has happened. See what it is. Webi path is not defined. Boot path. Alright, still more terrible stuff. I'm not surprised. Webi PKG is not defined. I know exactly what's going wrong there. That's because it's a string, fool. Alright, try again. Alrighty. Let's see if this looks a little better. Ooh, checksum is empty. That's not what I would expect. Okay, so we need to do something to fix that. Oh, it's ago. There we go. Time ago. How in the world? What? What could possibly have gone wrong in switching this? PKG is not defined. Okay. It's the same channel. I'm always on the same channel. It's orchestral. I should switch it to something else. I wish they had a bigger, longer playlist before it loops. It only goes for an hour or two before it loops. Alright, let's try again. Alright, still problemos. Alright, crypto create hash was not a function. Now it's a function again. Okay, great. Now let's take a look and see. Hey, I think that's exactly what I expected it to be, if I'm not mistaken. Oh. Let's see. I don't know if I actually want that to be multi-line. I'm gonna step that back from multi-line and see what happens. Did not match. Oh. Okay, I see why it has to be multi-line, because we want to match the beginning of the line, but then if we want to match white space, we actually need to change that up to being space or tab for the beginning of the line. And for the comment. Okay. But then what about for this right here? Space, yeah. So then with all of these, spaces all need to be, or all that needs to be adjusted, because we want to match each line, beginning of line for each line, but we only want to match, we don't want to match new lines. We don't want to trim out the new lines. That's not the goal. Okay, good. This is what I expect. And then, okay. Dang it. All right, so that's looking a lot better. Hmm. 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 So I'm not 100% in on what the text ought to be. But I like the general style of this. Oh, interesting. Why is it saying installing Webi? Oh, because that's what it was going to do. Duh. Okay. 06A7FB. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that what we get if we just do the curl without doing the pipe to SH? Hey-oh! Okay, so now we can have Webi update when we need it to. I'm not so sure about this. It's starting to get complicated. All right, let's decomplicate it a little bit then. Yeah, I think we can get these colors down to semantics like command, path, URL, error, task. All right, let's try this one more time. And then let's try doing it with Node. Cool. I'm just gonna... Shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I really should just get a designer to play around with the, the colors a little bit or something. Does anybody want to do that? Cool. I could probably just put that in one line. Yeah. Okay, let's... I don't want to get too much into the minutia here, but... I mean, I want it to be perfect, right? So, but, bootstrapping. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of that. All right, give me some feedback here. What should this look like? That's the question right now. The colors, Duke. The colors and the words. Okay. So welcome to Webi. We expect your experience on blank with blank to be absolutely perfect. Oops. Just a second here. Okay, I'm going to run this again. Okay. Let's check that out. Oh, whoops. What happened there? I put it in the wrong place. Okay. Okay. That feels a little bit better. Maybe even a little bit better. Let's get rid of some of the white space. Keep a little tighter. Let's add that one back. Okay, here we go. See. I think maybe I don't know if I want this much indentation or not. I think there needs to be some, major section headings type thing. But I might also want to do a little bit better job on the ending escape codes, not use the 0. That way I can fly more than one at a time. Yeah, I like this a lot better, though. This is more clear. I'd like to continue to have this be more clear. I would like to just see what does this look like in another. I don't want to... Please don't let me get stuck in the trap of checking colors for everything, but I do just want to see... Okay, dark, readable. Oof, that's rough. Takes my eyes a minute to get adjust. Pastel, readable. Smooth, readable. Solarized dark, readable. Well, it's hard switching between these. Okay, Dracula looks good. Elemental looks good. Firewatch looks good. Veracruz looks good. Okay. Okay. So my system doesn't have wget, apparently. I think I might switch this back to be glibc before this goes live. We'll see. Okay. And then we can put that checksum into all of the installers, and then Webi will know to update itself. Okay. All right, I am going to make one more change here with the colors so that they don't always clobber. So that's the change I'm going to do. Okay, so reset sequence. So I'm going to do proper reset sequences on these because I might as well. You know, when I had to do it by hand, makes sense. So, so when we reset bold 22M, okay. And then how do we reset 46? Okay, so these ones are pretty easy because it's just you add 10. All right. Is that the same here? You just add... I think that's the same here. You add 20. Okay, I'm guessing that one's wrong. Okay. 21. And then here we'll add 10. So that's 46 to cancel, 42 to cancel. Okay, 46 to cancel, and 22 to cancel. 22. And 42 and 22. All right, 22 and 45. $41, 21, 22, 23, 24, 42, 43, 22, 43, 45, 46. Okay, so doing it that way, I can actually now dim an entire string. All right, so let's see what this looks like. And I'll check how. Okay, that's not what I was trying to do. Not even a little bit. That was background. Okay, so when we want to reset the color, let me go check this. Yeah, this looks like this was wrong. I mean, that could be right. Oh. Oh, okay. Nope, that was not a... Okay, so 22 was correct. Okay, 22 is correct there. Okay, 39. Okay, 39 resets colors. And I'll get back to that comment. Don't lie. You love the color scheme right now. It's your favorite. This is what you want to see me deploy. I know. Okay, so 39 then. Got a whole bunch of these just replaced with 39. Okay. Okay, good. This is it. Nailed it. All right, now let me read your comments. Okay. Not to send you down the rabbit hole with colors. Any thoughts on incorporating purple from the logo into terminal colors? I have no idea how to do that. There is a way to set specific colors, but it only works in certain terminals. I'd rather just have it work everywhere, because then I know it's going to work in Docker and stuff too. So really, I think what I want to do is just have colors for URLs are a certain color, task sections are a certain color, commands are a certain color. So that's kind of what I think I'd like to do, is you can say, okay, here's a, like, documentation URL is this color, file path is this color, command, running a command is this color, and so forth. That's where I'd like to start. Okay. What are you aiming for? I don't know. I might have mentioned that. Or was that sufficient, what I just said? Okay, outside of the recent debacle, I don't mind the current color scheme at all. Just figured to be more on brand. Yeah, I don't know about the getting the on brand bit there. It also, I mean, I could also see a color for something is changing. So we could do dim for found, dim for, but bold for running. So that's another thing that I think could work well. So let's say, you know, whoops. So I think that makes a little bit more sense like that. where the checks, when checks are basically just like, yeah, I found the thing, then it could be dim. When it actually has a different behavior, then it could be brighter. So let me try this real quick. So we're going to do bold rather than dim. Or actually, we could just not do anything. Okay. There's running command. That's probably a little too much. Let's just try if we just don't... We don't bold it, but we don't dim it. How does that look? I like dimming it more. Okay, cool. So I think this is good now. I also... Whoops, that did not work. What have I done? What have I done? We're going to say 3 things about Webi. What would we say? What do we say on GitHub about it? There's somewhere where I came up with the... Okay. I don't know. About this. I mean, this is stupid stuff here. I'm wasting time, but fast, easy to remember, and works, guaranteed. Or maybe modern tools installed quickly. Oh, that did not work out as hoped. Let's try. All right, one more try. Okay, and then I'm moving on from this because this is really a waste of time. All right. You didn't realize you could override the shell theme? Indeed, you can. There's a shell theme, there's a terminal theme, there's a Vim theme. Everything's got a theme these days. And so the terminal can redefine yellow as pink. And so this is technically magenta right here. So if we look at it in another, so there you can kind of see it's more purpley. Holy day. Well, this is not the right font for that. Definitely needs a thicker font on white. But yeah, in many of these, you can see very noticeable differences. So, anyway. It's probably a little too crazy with the colors. It'd probably be sufficient for the URLs just to dim them and not color them. I've got a few different philosophies, one of which is too much is just enough. But in this case, okay. There we go. Cool. So mostly I just want to dim all of this. Okay, I'm going to be done. I'm going to be done. I'm going to be done. Okay, better. Cool. So if it's a word like update or run or whatever, download, something that's active, it will not be dimmed, but basically everything else will be dimmed. Cool. Okay. I'm done with that tangent. Side quest. I've got one more little thing to do on this note. Which is to adjust the releases here. One day I'll get all this code back together. Yeah, this is just too crazy. I'm gonna be OS, and we shouldn't even need these anymore. I think it was just to show, okay, this is what's been detected from what you gave. But I don't know if that's really got a lot of value. Whoops. At least not the way we're doing it now. If we are successful in not being dumb and just... Because right now, one of the dumb things is that I accidentally artificially made it so that some things that should just work by default don't. Okay. Meaning, what I mean specifically is BSD, for example. There's no reason that this shouldn't work for BSD. I just didn't include it. I excluded it, which is silly. Because this should work for those as well. Let's see. URL search params. There we go. That's what I needed. Okay. Okay, so OS, rel OS, arch, rel arch, libc, rel libc. That stands for release, by the way. Okay, formats. We don't need to worry about that. Formats is formats. Pretty true. Okay. So our release URL gets a whole lot simpler here. Okay. And somehow that managed to get screwed up. I wonder what was the difference. Okay, Webi, the Webi prefixes are what was provided, and then the release info is what was detected from what was provided. So okay. Anyway. Okay, so we've got tag and then releases. And then for all of these, what I wanted to do was construct this, but I wanted to construct it a little better. I wanted to construct it like I have here. So let me go. We could make this more performant by constructing these in a different scope, but value. And then where was the bad RE? Yeah, I don't expect any of these to... None of these should have arbitrary values. The only thing is the tag. That's checked prior, but, you know, never hurts to check twice. Security and layers and all that. Should start calling my tangents side quests. Yeah, that's a great idea. I should do that too. Alright, has invalid value, and then here TPL text is equal to TPL text. Replace. Okay. Holy moly, there's so many of these. And I think just about all of them are intended to be in the same format. And it's okay if there's a couple that aren't. Like that very first one is not. And this very last one is not. So they're special. All right, now let me go ahead and throw these down. All right, package is good. Host is good. OS is good. Arch is good. Lib is good. Tag is good. Releases is good. CSV. Oh, this one's... Okay. I do need to redo a lot of these... the names for these, because we need specifically to distinguish very, very simply between what the user provided, which we can pretty much generate again, what was selected, and what relates to the package versus Webi itself. Of course, we didn't have a version for Webi itself before, but now we do. And this should actually be branch as well. Because the commitish identifiers can stand for multiple things. Multi-ask channel extension has been captured. Now that's made more specific. And we can just test that this still works. I mean, it shouldn't break anything. So for example, if we do blah.tar, that works. .blah, that works. That works. So what would be nice is if we could make this less greedy. But I don't remember how to do that. But we're not really going to have something called .tartar. tar.tar. Okay, Dylan. Do I need to separate business logic from controllers and middleware? I would say yes. Business logic is generally what you can read out, but it depends, because you don't. It depends on the simplicity and the complexity of it. You don't want to be making factory controller factories for no reason. You know, it's so. I think that the way that most web frameworks do it is wrong, because they're focused too much on category of thing rather than responsibility of thing. So I would say routing all goes together. None of this, put routers and subfiles and have a router related. No. Routers are distinctly different from the component. The routing for a thing should not belong to the package of the thing. Routing is at the top level. Actually, there's a great talk. Here's what I'm going to recommend you take a look at, rather than me going on a little whatchamadoodle. So creedsofcraftsmanship.com, head there, and then see how I write HTTP services after 8 years. Take a look at that. That's a good one to take a look at. But, yeah. I'm trying to think what the rule should be. I have a talk on this too. I think I called it ISLR. Hold on. MVC is dead. Long live MVC. I'm going to recommend this one. I don't think it's actually 2 hours long. I think that we had a lot of chit chat and stuff before and after. Let's see what it looks like here. Yeah, so the presentation is formally over around an hour, like normal presentation. And then we just had a lot of chit chat and discussion and stuff. So MVC is dead. Long live MVC. And in this one, I think I termed it the ISLR pattern. Israel. Happenstantially. But it's more about it's not about separating. So it's more the way that Go does it. It's more about separating the package concerns than separating the categorical concerns. Because separating the categorical concerns, you just end up with hundreds of files and folders, hundreds of functions, and I think you could do with 1/10 of that and have things grouped in a way that's easier to refactor them. I think is really the key thing. Okay, Webi formats. Oh, okay. Oh, I think I did have that $sign. Of course, the $sign doesn't matter because it's got that thing anyway. All right, formats.join. Okay. PKG name. Oops. Well, that's weird. Oh, right. Okay. So we got to finish with this one. PKG name. rel.os's. I really want to rename that too. Should be build. Well, it's kind of hard to say because there's the specific build. libcs. Ah! Okay, so I'm actually going to make a copy of this one. Because we need to go switch over to main. And we need to fix this problem here. Where... Let's just... Before we do anything else... Okay, we're going to do a wait. And then we're going to also do... Just so we get rid of some of that nesting. And I'm all for dot then when it's the right thing to do. Sometimes it's not the right thing to do. I think that it's underutilized, in fact. Especially dot catch, more so. Okay. Now that's so far over to the left, it almost feels unnatural. I feel like I need a gutter. All right. Hackdown, I'm going to tag you on this one. Probably even going to do a little bit more with it first, but... And I'll have to assign the commits. Okay. Let's see. Let's make sure everything's all up to date here. What else was I going to do? I was going to... Okay, so anywhere we see a then, let's just move the then, let the thingy equals await. So this was created before async await was well standardized. Or I guess not well standardized, well implemented. Add explicit libc detection. Okay, good. Okay, so I'm gonna... Good. Nothing too crazy here. Okay, where do I need to be? Got too many of these things open again. Okay, and now I'm going to try to rebase this on git switch oh, whoops. Let's not do that. Alright, so I'm not surprised that it still had a conflict. However, yes, very manageable conflict in this case. Much more manageable. Well, other than the entire file right there. Okay, let's try this again. We're gonna do get rebase abort. We're going to do get diff between okay, so this is what we actually should be dealing with here. I'm actually a little confused because I could have sworn okay. What is the Wait, we don't have that promise here, do we? Didn't I just fix that? Okay, what happened? How did I throw this away? Whatever. I have reinstalled Node several times. I may be missing some of my tools. Or something went wrong there. Oh. Except I should have done Prettier 3 on that, not Prettier 2. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now these should line up nicely. In every place. Okay, so that one, we added libc, agreed. Okay, so now this is reduced down to just a white space change. Well, no, not just a white space change, but it's reduced down to what it was before. The other commit is just a white space change. This one is now everything that it was before. There we go. Okay, cool. So what do we need to do for this one? I need to go check this out on Windows. Oh, I did have this. Windows went to sleep, so yep, every time it goes to sleep, crashes. Alright, so let me test on Windows here. How long has the mic been muted? Probably an hour. Or half an hour or so. Thanks. Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, so I hit the mute button earlier and I forgot to unhit the mute button. Yeah. It happens. Happens to the best of us and the rest of us. It's okay. I mean, I'm talking to myself anyway, right? Yeah, that happens every once in a while because I don't know why I don't see it because it blinks, but I don't notice it. It blinks when it's muted. But I was typing in my password, so I hit the button because I'd had to try something on the Windows computer probably half an hour, 45 minutes ago, maybe an hour ago. I don't know. But yeah, so I was just talking to myself, not realizing that nobody was going to hear me, but it's okay. I might move this commit into... Okay. Move Webi script into its own installer plus bootstrap updates. So I got rid of some junk files. There's all Windows files have just been left over. I didn't catch them last time. This one actually had some interesting stuff. This one wasn't just Windows files, but this one had some interesting stuff because before I got on the pure POSIX train, I used to use rsync, and this capital KRL gives, I don't remember exactly what it does, but it does the right thing when you're doing an install and you want, I don't remember, it's like something about symlinks, or I'd have to look it up. But it's not POSIX, so it wouldn't work in Docker and stuff like that. So that's fixed now. This Webi.bat, this is, I already got rid of the original one for Node, but this one was still lingering around. There's absolutely no sense in trying to program or script in bat. And then this one is actually what's generated. Anyway, so I think I just had it as a test and then accidentally committed it a year ago or whatever, 2 years ago, because the PowerShell file on Windows creates the file that it needs to run it. Because the funny thing is, you can pipe to PowerShell and you can pass an argument that says to allow bypassing the execution policy, but you can't run a PowerShell script directly. So if you want to run a PowerShell script, you have to create a bat script that runs the PowerShell script. That the bat script has the command line flag. Or, yeah, because they won't run on their own. So it's kind of It's kind of dumb. I don't know what the purpose is. I don't know who that protects, or I don't know what that's supposed to do. Anyway, so this one we'll get rid of in the next commit. The transitory links, we won't need those anymore. Move PowerShell script to its own installer. Move Webi, and then the readable template script. And then we're about to make a nasty change, but I've just tested it. And I think I want to pull this out into its own. Okay, so. Oh, this is. Think. Okay, so before it looked like this, and that is, kind of hard to keep track of. So now we move the regex out, and then it's just, here's the key, here's the value, and then we'll loop over and we'll create the regex. And I actually made a more perfect regex that doesn't eat white space unnecessarily and that can handle the export prefix as available without going over to multi-lines. And then we still have the first line is still special and the last line is still special. So weird. Escapes, man. Oh, the WTF was about PowerShell? Yeah, I do see the comments, but I don't always read them right away, and there is a little bit of a delay. There's about a 15-second delay, which that wasn't the issue, the core issue here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say all right. So now, for those of you joining in now that I'm actually not just talking to myself again, okay, so if you were to install Node with Webi, this is what it looks like now. Actually, let me go ahead and... No, I don't want to rimroof Webi or rimroof Node, but we could switch versions of Node. Let me switch to another version that I'm not using. Let's switch to 18. Oh, it was already installed. So we're going to remove 18 just so I can install it. Okay, so here we go. That's what it looks like now. So we've got our welcome to Webi message, which is actually a little bit nicer. We toned it down, dimmed it, took away some of the color so that it's a little more, just kind of blends into the background. We got the bootstrapping Webi message, and then we've got installing Node. And then I want to update this text as well. I'm not sure if I'm going to... Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that now. So anywhere where we have a found... Looks like there's lots of places where we have a found, which is not what I was expecting. I take a look at that again. Okay, there's not that many places. It just looked like there was more. There's a couple of special cases. Okay. And let me make sure that this is pushed and pulled. All right. Interesting. So let me take a look at that output again. Where was that output? It was right here, wasn't it? Yes. Okay. Switching back and forth, trying to figure it out. Okay, so that found right there is dim, which is what I want. So basically, if it's just a little check or something that you don't really need to know about, then I want it to be dim. But if it's something that's doing a thing, then I want it to have a color. So the idea is one color for URLs, one color for file paths, one color for commands, and then as tasks have a color, and then the items in the task will have will be, you know, stuff like found will be grayed out or be dim rather, and then something that's actually doing something will be not dim. And I don't know what's in my paste buffer. Okay, that thing. Something is off here. Okay, multiple things are off here. That was weird. I could have sworn I just did a pull on this a minute ago. What? Alright, all the same. Okay, so now we've got the dim found. Okay, that makes more sense. So if we're updating, if we're downloading, if we're running, those will not be dimmed. But if we're doing something, we'll dim them. So this means that, for one, well, let's see. We may end up with more things than I expected here. Alright, so we're definitely going to have a URL, a path, command, and error. So all of those I'm going to bring over. So I've named them semantically rather than by the color or whatever. You know, name them what they actually are a stand-in for. And so some of them are identical, but it doesn't matter because the point is to be able to label the text. I was so tickled to find out that we can do italics in the terminal. I did not know that. That was news to me. I've probably seen it before. I don't know if I have, actually. I don't know if it's a good idea. I don't know if it's supported. I mean, I guess if it's not supported, it'll just get ignored, but... And then we need to move some of these detections and whatnot around. There's a lot of stuff that needs to move. Because I would like this to be a lot cleaner and easier to read. But I like the pattern that I found here with the... doing the dimming. Okay. And I don't know why. Do I really need that like that? What is that? What am I going to get with Webi? Wait, why do I have this in here twice? Oh, well. Oh, that's for the download. Got it. I don't know if I actually need the user agent for the download. I suppose it's helpful. I might add Webi to the user agent. I think that would be smart, actually. What would that look like? Well, that would look like this. We would go to Be agent. Oh, that's not the right one. That would do it. So that way, when something is doing the download, the things that are counting the metrics on where the downloads are coming from will see that the Webi was part of it. Okay, so tdim bound, and then t path. Weird. I don't think we had that problem before. Let me go look in the other one and see if that's giving me grief about that. Oh no, it's not giving me grief about it because we did all this nonsense. Oh, there's a whole bunch of these we're going to have to bring back over here as well. Okay. Downloaded path is pretty generic. I'm actually going to move that. Alright, installer update, Webi. Yeah, so we've got this checksum issue. And I might just want to turn this little bit right here into its own function to say, yeah, so I guess that could make sense. So if a function's going to have text that the user sees coming out of it, I prefix it with Webi. Otherwise, I prefix it with fn if the purpose of the function is to have a return, then fn. Otherwise, if it's to show something to the user, starts with Webi. That way it's clear, because those are basically, these are exported kind of in a way, so to speak. Whoops. Okay. So we actually do need to pass back, I guess, into this. Oh, so now this is starting to feel more tightly coupled than I thought. So what I would do is I would give it the script path here. And then I could give it the checksum. But then it starts to feel really... Yeah, All right, so this would be the path. And the checksum. How much does the JavaScript developer earn monthly? That it can vary so wildly. It's but you know, on the low end, probably close to 100,000. On the high end, probably close to 200,000, give or take 20% on either of those, depending on location, depending on what their expertise is. Do I rent or have I bought a house? Bought a house. Okay, so there's our Webi upgrade. So can we run that here actually? There we go, that's a little better. Okay. Yeah, I'm still streaming. Yeah. And I need some reviews when you have a minute. You just got to put it in. If you can't do the reviews from the mobile, the mobile app, you gotta use the web browser, right? I was gonna say you just put the web browser in desktop mode. Look, nobody gets worked on a phone, okay, man? right, let's see here. All right, so let's see what I can do here. Thanks. Okay. Running, 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 running. Let me just trim all that down. Alright, I gotta think a little more about this one. Webi, upgrade, updating, download. Let's see. The checksums are the same. Okay, here we go. Okay. All right, we may support custom locations in the future. That's what that's about. So upgrade. And then after that, we proceed to install whatever other thing. Okay, then at this point, I feel like I can put this back in here, and it makes sense. All right, so now I will check comments in just a second. Let me finish with this mental task I've got here. All right, Webi upgrade, Webi rel. So installing, so B Webi path. Okay. That starts to look a little better. That's a little better grouping. And then that looks a little bit better. And then this Webi upgrade. Looks like gobbledygook, but it's the best gobbledygook I've got, so... I think that this maybe should go into Webi itself, not into this portion of it, because either, yeah, it should go into the Webi command. So I'm not going to worry about the checksum stuff here. It's not going to be important here. Download the path is going to be important. Okay. And this is where the temp directory would come back in. So I didn't actually, so you'd have to have it on, let's see. Oh, you can't test TinyGo right now. I don't think. Let me make it so you can test TinyGo. Hold on. I'll just, that one's safe. I'll go ahead and pull it through. Yeah, I'll bring this back because I switched what branch I was on, and so the branch that it was on that you could have tested it on is no longer deployed by virtue of the fact that I'm, deving on the next server. Okay. So as soon as that check passes, then I'll push it, and then you can have it in prod. All right, so this one's in prod now, so now we can go to webinstall.dev/tinygo. It looks like, no, they don't have Darwin ARM64, but you don't need it. Well, unless you really, really, really don't want to run Rosetta, which, there's an argument to be made there. Okay, this one needs to go in. I'll push this. Yeah, this one was just... Ugh. Well, it doesn't look so bad doing it like that. But yeah, when I initially started this async await, I don't think it was in Node, or it was, pretty new. I still wasn't sold on it. Either way, I wasn't sold on it at the time. Okay, now what am I doing? Target triple user. Okay. Detect HTTP client. Shouldn't need any of this. And then Oh, that's what I was going to look there. To path. I needed to see... Okay, this does do the move part, and we don't necessarily need that. I'm going to move that around. So let me just mark this as to do. Okay. Curl. I might introduce a Webi download function. That has the user output. So this one is just supposed to do the thing. Okay. Downloading. And this one would be... Okay, so that starts to look better. I don't know if that actually makes it any easier to read after all, but it's easier to write. Oh, there is the Webi download function. That's it, right there. Okay. So is this, am I local? Or am I remote? Okay, I'm local on this one. So I have to push this up for the change. Okay, so let me get back to the comments here. There's a whole bunch of them. Approved, approved, approved. TinyGo, testing locally. And those release candidates. Yep, that's because I don't release it. Yes, Webi has the logic to switch to the AMD 64 release. So it will... I would like to have a better way to do this. And I know what I would do in the future is I'd actually... In the future, I would provide operating systems, architectures, libcs, all of that would be lists, comma-separated lists. And I would just sort by whatever it... I mean, really, I think a lot of that can be gotten rid of because we know so well what things are likely to be. You almost never need to have those. Like, it's something's got to be really special for those to be needed, actually. So I'm hoping as I refactor this, I actually mostly get rid of that. Right now, I make $0 a month being a web developer. Oh, great. It's a lot of money if you use your imagination. If it isn't my favorite tardigrade, the Neverworld. You can only go up from there. That is good news. I found the issue for TinyGo. They were waiting for an upstream change at GitHub, which was just merged a month ago, so I bumped the issue. Here's hoping. What was the issue? The reason that they couldn't build the ARM version? Because they were using GitHub Actions to build it. They won't manually build it, I guess. Okay, yeah, see, some of these functions, they need to... Okay. 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 Oh, and I was going to go fix... Where's my to-do right here? I was going to go fix that in the other one. Mark it as executable. Good. This is going to be kind of neat. But I'm confused. What's this one here? That doesn't seem like that does anything. So we don't need that anymore, that we just added. Okay, so do we need this one? Somehow I want to communicate back if Webi should update itself, but I think right now is yet the time to figure that out. Okay. So soon it will be available as ARM. Interesting. All right, that should have already happened. See, a lot of these ones that are prefixed with Webi, what I want to do instead is have it so that when you write the installer, you put these functions in the list rather than having auto detection, just more templating, because the auto detection is really nasty, and we don't need it. We can just template. We can just add more to the template instead. And any function that starts with Webi should have, you know, error messages, error handling, any of that stuff should be accounted for. Okay. I'm not sure what to make of this. Okay, there's an interesting one. Exit 0. Do we really want to exit 0? Do we not just return? Return 0? Okay, what is this function? Check if it's installed. I have a feeling I could have done an early return here, but this probably grew in such a way that I wasn't clear that it was the right thing to do. Yeah. Wait, so... Okay. Alright, so we have some exit zeros. Maybe that is what we want after all. I'm not sure. Okay, this is too scary. I don't want to tackle it right now. I'll wait till another time to tackle that particular issue. Alright, I'm going to leave that one alone. Okay, the important point is... Wait. There's two... Oh, there's check installed, check available. I remember, I just did this. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. How many spaces? 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. How many spaces? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, no. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that's 7 spaces? What? What am I doing here? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, it was indeed 7 spaces. There's a deadly sin. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, let's make sure there's no difference between these two. Good, there is not. Okay. Oh, and there was something else I was going to push. Let me see what else we have here. Approved. Woo! It's a big fatty one. All right, this one I'm going to have to wait a little bit on because there are some companion fixes that need to go into the web server because there's still a few places where the templating isn't 100% moved over here. I'd like to get there, but there's just a couple places that are still left. And so this one needs to go in tandem. Let me just make sure there was no issue with that. Move over here. So with the things, de-indent, no problem. No problem. No problem. No problem there. What was this one? Okay. I have to click on something? What is it I'm supposed to look at? Okay. Okay. So I'm going to break some of my rules because in this case, breaking the rule improves readability. Cloning. Error. Extract. Good old inflating. Seems like we should be able to just return one on that, but I'll get around to those issues another day. Okay, and that pretty much should go, a lot of this should go into Webi itself. Really? That entire time? There was no user output for all this? Okay, echo. That's captured. That's captured. That's captured. That is captured. All of this is captured. That's captured. That's captured. That's captured. That's captured. That's captured. Yep, those are captured. That's captured. Captured, 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 captured. There's a bunch of places where I would like to get the package name its own color as well, but not super pressing. See. I want to get rid of this, but I don't know how to go about it yet. That also should have a colon. That can be brought back. Knit installer. Bunch of override functions. What's up, unknown? All right. So what was 35M again? That's magenta. Need a T-Worn. It's going to give me yellow. What was yellow again? Yellow was 33. Almost 32 is green, huh? Where's the cyan at? 36? Okay, 32 is green. 36 is cyan. So I'm just, for now, I'm going to call it info and info 2. Oh, what happened there? Well, block changed colors. Okay, let's see how this works now. What? That's not what I wanted at all. Oh, because I didn't actually push this up anywhere. Okay. Let's see if this works. Okay. I'm going to do dim cyan here for a second. What dim cyan would be? $36? All right, let's take a look at that real quick. Cool. I like that. also wonder if there's a way to detect... Well, there's got to be a way. How do I not output colors when I shouldn't? Downloading JQ, okay. Interesting. Oh, whoops. I know what went wrong here. And that might be... Okay. Okay. All right, let's try this again. Okay. Okay, what's next? Okay, so let's check out the spiffiness. All right. 2. And then we could do that. Source command. Alright, these two are the same line. Yep. And this one, the difference is what we call the dest. So if we just move dest here to be... So source is kind of a weird way to do it. Oh, wait, there's a little bit of a difference here, maybe. Well, I don't know if there is. One of them, let's see, move. Is that the same? Those are, okay, those are exactly the same. Alright, so let's clean that up then. Alright, well, I think that's good enough for now. And it's probably about time for me to head in for dinner. Let's see. Whoa! Okay, so we do have a variety of things to work with there. So I think this one's about ready. Oh, interesting. Okay, good. Oh. Very interesting. So I can move this one anywhere? Almost. Get diff. Head. Oops, just one. And let's ignore white space. So I don't think that this included... See, does it include the libc stuff? What else is there to do then? Why did this have to get moved? I added something. Version, I think. Webi version? Webi checksum. Is checksum in here? I guess the checksum did not make it in here yet. Okay. Okay, so there's that. But yeah, I think this one might be ready to go as well. Okay, so I think we're going to reformat that, but maybe not right now. That one's found. Okay, so we got Zig, and I'm expecting Node. Interesting. Oh, there we go. Done message installed. All right, so let's just see how this plays out again. Oh no. All right. We got Zoxide. Usage output. Okay, Webi, of course, is going to have tons of output. Usage. Alright, so a lot of the Vim ones. Let's get past the Vim ones. So Vim as a category is going to have a lot of these. Okay. Oh, found an error. Excellent. 120. I think that's what that was originally. So we'll put it back to that. Alright, so categorically, them, it's going to be rough. Aliases, whatever. And there's a couple of ones that are extra special. Yep, water. I thought I updated this. I could have sworn I'd changed this to do TR-D space or something like that. Yeah, that works. Oh, it's probably dinner time. Okay, I need to wrap up. Okay. Okay, so there's going to be a few here and there that will have to get updated as I go through them. I'll find them. Yes. I'll wrap up right now. Okay. And so it is that I shall go. All right. Well, David, if you're around, if you care to give this a look-see. Let's see. We've got, well, I can split this out. I'm going to split this out into a second PR. Okay. Dexter. Okay. Remove junk files. Move. Readable template script. Install. White space and color. Okay. Oh, whoops. Apparently I can't do that. Never mind. Abort. So, I gotta go. But work server maintenance night. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think that I will get the other one pulled in. Well, I gotta go. But got a lot done. Oh. Wait. I'll see if I can... Let me find the Twitch, do the raid thing. Alright, where's my own... It's probably going to cut off the stream before I get this done, but I'm just going to try to raid somebody. Drager.